No, there's audio. Oh, better. Give me 1 second. I gotta set up the Discord audio. All right. Yep, it's working. Cool. How's everyone doing? How was your weekend? Out dropping again this morning. I know. I'm waiting for an entry. We'll see how it does. Home Depot shooting up already. What's Veru doing? Yeah. Ooh. Up 9% in the pre-market. Looks like it's doing another little run. MD pushing up a little bit. There's some positive price movement. Good morning, mass spectrometer. Better short-term share play right now, BBBY or GME? And it's tough to say because they generally run on the same cycles. BBBY is at a steeper discount than GME is. We got some rest over the weekend. Not a lot, but thank you. I think who had earnings? Did Rig have earnings this morning? Or is that tonight? Post market. Okay. Still climbing. BBY just plunging down below 13. Jesus Christ. I need to start tracking borrowed shares on this. How low can it go? I mean, it depends on how hard they keep shorting it. It's got a lot more shares to borrow, and it's got a lot higher weight in ETFs because it's in the Russell 2000. Your favorite stock, Prague, is down to like 83 cents. Didn't we get out of that hot garbage at like $3? I think so, yeah. Still not as bad as what was that other one? Fucking BVIG or whatever it was. Any thoughts on AMD earnings? Do well, big ups. I mean, if they beat Intel, big ups. It's almost like the news outlets want a crash. I wonder why. Hmm. Have you missed Europe's flash crash? Yes. When did this happen? $700 weekly puts on Tesla. That's a bit dramatic. It's going down with the rest of the market, yes, but I'm sure they're also shorting it. They had to get it through some pretty key resistances up until this point, and they are borrowing shares from it every day. I'm not keeping very good track of it, but they're borrowing quite a lot of shares. MMAT? I mean, I don't really remember playing that very much. What's a good CC strike to sell for this week? I don't know yet. That'll very much depend on the overall like market conditions. Every time I open Webull, it shows me Prague in a box. No matter what I do, it's like they know I once did something with that stock and I have to be shamed by it every time I open Webull. As you should be. Got any thoughts on Ribbon lockup expiry on the 8th? I mean, it's not going to be good for it. Could be a good shorting opportunity. Euro flash crash happened at market open down 8% with a bounce to recover. Or is it was Citibank that started it with a sell-off all at once instead of over the day? Interesting. Yeah, I didn't see any news about that this morning yet. I'll have to look at it. See sub 100 again on GME. Not financial advice. There's a possibility we do, yeah. It's still quite a ways away, and we do have resistance and support between here and there. I mean, we have support here at like 120. There's resistance down at 113. We have 110, 108. Well, it's like 107.80 is a pretty strong resistance. After that, the next big one's 100. But I mean, we do have a lot of support. Not as big a support as we had at 126, but we still have a lot of other supports on the way down. SPY just tested the bottom. Maybe dipping below 410. Interesting. Why do you everything's getting hammered? It's very weird. I I mean, I don't know what else to say about it, but it's simply institutions are taking all their money off the table. It's not like they're taking money off the table and pumping it into value stocks. They're not taking it off the table and putting it into commodities. They're simply just taking all their money off the table. We see almost every sector is down. Even oil's down, which is completely fucking unreasonable. Flash crash across all major EU markets. Yeah, that's what I was hearing. At what time did this happen? $9.57. Yeah, it was under 13 for a second. What's funny is the delta neutrals and gamma neutral are still climbing on BBBY. So, I mean, they can keep the price down, but the options interest is very bullish and pretty far dated for most of the OI. Spy trying. Ooh, cat's coming back up. Not a cat. Exactly. What's up, DV? My VIX puts are up 20%, and I have no idea why. Volatility. Everything's coming back nicely. See if this continues. All I could buy was AMD calls this week. I'm a DGen. I still need to look into this flash crash business. Ew. Looks like the Nordic equity markets. And it lasted for 5 minutes. Thank you. My allergies are actually fucking killing me this weekend. Are you allergic to concrete? No, mostly trees. I haven't turned my air conditioning on. They have trees in New York City. The entire middle of Manhattan is like a forest. Did you think Central Park was just concrete? Well, it's a bit of a stretch, but lots of trees. Well, the other problem is I've been taking antihistamines, but they make me like oversleep, which is problematic. It's not a concrete forest, it's just trees and shit. I thought Central Park was mostly hacky sack bros and muggings. I would say it's like 10% hacky sack bros. There's a good amount of mugging. And then there's a lot of people who just want to like display their kinks to the public. Yeah, I take Zyrtec. Are you allergic to Benadryl trash? You should be careful with that. If Benadryl like turns you into a zombie, you probably shouldn't take it. T-Doc moving? Jesus, it's already up 6% today. Do I have stops on this even? No. Fuck it. Netflix is kind of on a tear. So is Facebook. The video's doing all right. Apple. So I think the big problem is we see that mega caps like Apple and Amazon are just not doing well today at all. Tesla's doing okay, stable. Yeah, BBBY is currently below Cohen's cost basis. Last night I dreamed that it was 400 pre-market. Let's hope that my dream comes true this week. GameStop, Varex? I haven't been to the Central Park Zoo since I was like 12 years old. That dude did the Amazon puts at 2,500, got laughed at. Don't don't talk shit on the stock I had to buy last week. Yeah, Central Park has a zoo. You're making me plays on the Riven share lockup expiration next week. I mean, it's probably just gonna tank a little bit, right? That's usually what happens. No, though, there's usually too much interest in shit like that. It's better to stay away from it. It's unpredictable like earnings. Too much big money involved and too much chance of a rug pull either way. Nice, J-Mac. You still holding your rad leaps? Yeah. I mean, they're leaps. Why not? When you buy 2000 June 690s? I don't know about that. That's a bit of a stretch. Ooh, Tesla's starting to break out a little bit. If BBY keeps going down, I'm worried I will end up with an ownership stake and be considered an insider. I mean, at these prices, I'd be surprised if retail's ownership in BBY doesn't go up significantly. GN at 135. You really think we make it back up there this week? It's possible. I mean, if the market bounces, we can make it back up there today. If it doesn't, then no. August BBBY IV up 7 to 9% since Thursday. Someone is pricing in a move. Yeah, call interest is picking up a lot on BBBY right now. My ultra-conservative parents bought into BBY because it's so cheap already. I mean, it's also kind of like a boomer stock, right? Like, I could see BBBY having way more interest from that crowd, like the, stable investment crowd than GameStop would. By bouncing or morning fake out, it's hard to say. You Aesop Rock's twin? No. I don't know. Actually don't know what he looks like. Do you think that until the number of shares available to loan starts to drop significantly, we won't see big price improvements in BBBY? Not necessarily. I mean, we already have gamma neutral or delta neutral trading significantly over gamma neutral. Um, the bullish interest in BBBY is only picking up at these price points. It's active fun algo trading. Active fund algo trading. Hornless. So the indexes are going up. The indexes will buy into into GameStop, which will influence GameStop's price. GameStop part of indices, so that's how that works. And then the amount it overperforms or underperforms the market usually has to do with the number of FTDs we have. A little bit of a sell-off there. SPY's really fucking choppy today. The volume's decent. VIX and SPY both green. If I want to enter a long position on GME BBY using a CSP to get a better price, how would you time a put so that you will get assigned? You just sell it in the money. Like short dated in the money puts. So GameStop's trading at like 123 if you were to sell. Like I don't know. We're at 124 now. But if you were to sell like a 123 for this Friday, you would collect $5.50 per share in premium, which would give you, an effective buy-in price of 117.50. And you can mess around with the math there and find better opportunities, but I love this freaking stock. I plan on building a long-term position. I like it too. Have I averaged down on what? I've averaged down on a lot of things. You mentioned the VXX ETN can't be used to hedge. Fidelity seems to still have it listed. Yeah, it's not accurately tracking the underlying currently. Yeah, no problem, man. What's up, Grix Bullmayo guy? Also, 145 safe for this week. I won't probably be in the rest of the week, so I want to set it and forget it. I mean, I would put a stop loss on anything that I set and forget, but yeah, I can't see us hitting 145 this week. It seems kind of out of the question. It's like a 0.11 delta. AMD 100 cc's safe. There's earnings tomorrow. Are you sure you want to do that? Use a parallel channel as a trend line envelope to price action as support resistance. Yeah. Overlapping like trend and horizontal supports tend to be a little bit stronger also, or have a higher likelihood for a bounce. Cat test 235, asking for my wallet. 235 is a bit of a stretch, at least right now. Because in the event of a market crash, lenders want to remove risk. They also may want to sell their shares. Remember, if lenders were to move to sell their shares, that would force a recall. 145's premiums are too low. Yeah, they're pretty shitty. 30BX, a proper short squeeze right now? A little bit. Could be FOMO still. I don't know. They only have a 10 million free float. If it does, I think it'll be pretty short-lived. I would have bought into this, but I don't like buying shares for fucking potential Reddit squeezes. There's no options chain here to sustain upward price movement, so with the potential for a gamma squeeze off the table, short squeezes are far less likely. In theory, lenders bought their GME stock when it was really low, so as long as it's not close to their buy-in price, they will keep lending and don't care about the shorts. Pretty much. But risk models change given macroeconomic conditions, and so it depends on how much risk that presents to their position. Also, don't forget that, the advantage of owning and then lending out large quantities of shares in illiquid stocks is that when you decide to recall them, you get to create your own short squeeze. Sometimes realizing value far in excess of what you purchased the stock for. Think about it this way. If you owned 20 million shares of GameStop, right? Would you not lend it out so you could recall it? That's I've told you guys this in the past. You never pump the stock yourself, right? You get someone else to do it for you. That's a very good way of getting someone to do it. What's going on with X? I have no idea. They had good earnings. They've been kind of on a downtrend ever since. Good buy-in opportunity here. Almost back at like previous resistance. Needs to drop about 10 more cents, but close. How long can they be liquid? They can pull their money off the table for a while. But yeah, essentially they're pulling their money back and waiting to assess new opportunity. Usually in the event of a crash, if that occurs, they're going to go into commodities and value stock. No single body can initiate a share recall. Oh, lenders can. Anybody who's lent shares can recall the shares they own. Retail doesn't have the power to recall their shares, but that's because we don't have a short sale agreement with anyone, right? If we allow our shares to be lent, they're lent through the broker, not not directly by us. But yes, it is a publicly owned company, so GameStop has no way to recall their own shares. Because technically they're not their shares. Why would lenders DRS? If you DRS, you can't. Lenders have no reason to do that, Dory. I mean, you know that. You're just trolling, but still. Whatever you do, I already looked at RDBX. No problem, Matron. Share lending, just like covered calls, is just simply a way to generate income from, you know, your long positions. And there's a lot of advantages, especially if you're very long something or you have a significant shareholding. Do all sold CSPs get automatically exercised if they expire in the money? For the most part, yeah. I think there's some net benefit like assessment based on the premium paid, but generally yes, because they're cash secured. EUA FDA meeting May 10th was the news. If it gets approval, you can see 2025, or is that a reach? Based on the options chain, I'd say that's a reach. 15, fail a test of 15, then maybe 20. Jimmy can recall shares via share buyback. I mean, that's not really recalling shares. That's just buying back shares on the open market. Recalling shares is specifically the close of a share lending contract. Did I win Bear of the Year award? Sure. It's all yours. Do you think Jimmy will hit the low 100s? I think if we do, we're pretty far away from it right now. Jimmy 150? Where? How risky are mid 80s CSP on AMD this week? Wouldn't mind owning more in the 80s, and Ivy is pretty nice. Yeah, I mean, with Ivy coming out from earnings, I don't think their earnings are going to be that bad. You could try it. If their earnings are bad, though, the way that stocks have been selling off, um, you might end up buying in for a far higher price, which is, you know, I mean, I don't think they're going to take the same hit as we saw in big tech. I don't think they're trading at, you know, that many multiples of their P&E, but I still think they can take a hit given the market conditions. Like you could see it at like 77 or something like that. It's probably fine, and the IV crush will probably benefit you. Thoughts on AMD earnings? I mean I think they'll do pretty well. They just need to beat Intel, right? Which shouldn't be too hard because Intel's earnings weren't super great. I don't think their next earnings is going to be very good, though. I think this might be the last good earnings for AMD for a while. Bored? Are you going to stream the rig earnings? No? Why would I do that? What do you think caused Veru to spike this morning? I have no idea. I think it's just going to chop around for a while. I'm still keeping an eye on it in case like the FDA emergency approval comes through or the EU approval passes. Oh, not Ford. That was my mobile data cutting out. Wheat popping, doing a thing. Uh, my JJG position looks like it's not doing so well today, though. Although I expect this to do better later into the year. So I should be clear on the difference between the winter, like the hard wheat, and the summer wheat, like the soft and hard wheat. This has more exposure to hard wheat. So this likely won't do as well in the near term as like the wheat ETF or ETN. So we'll likely see a jump in soft wheat prices, and then later into the summer, like hard wheat and corn. Jesus Christ. I haven't looked at Fubo in a while, but holy fuck, did it lose all of its value? BBY almost back to 1350. It's climbing its way back up slowly. HD moving up above 305. If anybody got in this morning. Bear markets don't scare me anymore. I can still generate cash flow via CCs and CSPs. I'm making money no matter what the market is doing. Why don't more people know about this? I don't know. I'm bad at advertising. Yeah, Oxy's on a good little run too. I don't think I have any in this account, right? No. Oxy really needs to break. Well, it needs to sustain this break of 5650. If it can get back up above 57, that's very good. Oh, this is too. Um, if anybody's interested in another potential Wyckoff Phase C, Avery Dennison Corp. Um, looks like it's about to move into Phase D. Um, slowly. It could take quite some time, but yeah, well, these prices are fucking ridiculously cheap. Ugh. Yeah, there'll be support at 405 and 400. Look at you becoming a farmer. GGG is one of the ETNs Barclays suspended sales on. Are you not worried about that? Not particularly. I mean, if I'm buying for far enough out that I think that they'll resume sales of it. Is that a Stefan pick? No, I don't think so. When does May OPEC start? May 20th. This looks quite good. All the way back up. Home Depot hits 312 today. I'm taking the rest of the day off. Ooh, nice bounce on the SPY too. Construction spending report comes in today, which is kind of important for Cat and Home Depot. I think it's came in about 25 minutes ago. XDiv for this Friday on X might see a little bit of a climb into a drop on Friday on that alone. Yeah, it's possible. How about target reentry is this time? How about a target reentry is this time? Is this the time? That's a good question. It could potentially drop a little lower, but it is breaking back up into its. Yeah, this is a pretty good entry for target. I don't like buying it because of the instability in the market, but from a technical standpoint, yeah, it's a good reentry. Ooh, SPY doing a actual thing. Tendies. Haha. Is there a good Western US drought play? I mean, that isn't already priced in after the last 10 years of drought? Buy land in California with water rights. What is SPY shall never die? We don't have water. There's places in NorCal that have water. It's called Canada, not Northern California. There's states above California before you get to Canada, right? BNT and Wyckoff face C. It's got positive insider transactions, positive operating margins, and positive gross margin. CFO just bought 8,000 shares. Interesting. No. I mean, not in Wyckoff face C. Well, it's not confirmable yet. Let's put it that way. So I don't love the volume here. Average 1.96 million shares. This still kind of looks like phase B. It could be, but it's hard to confirm it with the current volume. I'd check it in like a week or so. Come on, Baba. Sexy bitch. Pump it. I love this fucking stock. I want to get all my favorite stocks on a t-shirt, like a NASCAR driver. Did you discuss the flash crash in Europe? I mean, it was a thing. No offense to the Europors in chat, but like the world doesn't really give a shit about the European equity markets. They're not nearly corrupt or fun enough for anyone to care. I think living in Southern California and Phoenix is a testament to man's arrogance. Like we don't need fucking water or you know arable land. Just we're just gonna live here in this fucking desert with nice views. Okay, as a Europor, I'm now upset. Wait, aren't you in England, Ryan? Is that is that can you really? I mean, you're not on the continent, and England's markets are extremely corrupt. some of the most. They're quite fun. Is England the Midwest? No, it's surrounded by water. Oh, okay. It's true. We did learn how to be corrupt from England. Thanks, guys. I picked up 415 put dailies on the SPY. Crash, baby, crash. No offense, but I'd prefer it goes to 420. No, I'm not originally from the West Coast. I lived there for a long time. Does Brexit exclude the Brits from qualifying as Europors? Yes. You can't have an irrigation project in an arid landscape when there's no fucking water, Stefan. You still need water to irrigate arid land. Shopify's already lost quite a lot of its value. And make water. What do you think of CERN 61795C? They seem cheap right now. They're cheap because the company's being bought out. Energy surpluses from renewable sources will be used to desalinate water. It's still not a very efficient process. Huh. When Jimmy completes the share dividend and understand the price will drop accordingly in relation to the split, But how will the options chain value drop proportionally as well? Yes. I doubt AMD will have weak forward guidance. One of the best things about Lisa, her forward guidance is always on point. But yes, the lack of demand for PC components could hurt them. But you know, on the industrial side, which is a far more valuable business, there's not going to be any slowing up in demand. And that's really where AMD's looking for market share, is to take, that server side business away from Intel, which they have been doing. And as long as they continue to be successful and take more and more of that market share, they will continue to see higher and higher profits. Do you think RC's primary reason for the dividend is to shake shorts and not to kick off MOASS? Probably, yeah. Also, they need liquidity, especially if they want to, if they have any aspirations of moving into the S&P 500 at any point. They will need that change in the corporate charter to take place so they can continue to split the stock. It's bullish. It says that they're confident that they will not only need to split now but also in the future. What about Rad? What about it? I mean, the play there is that they propose a hostile takeover, a tender offer to the shareholders of a price in excess of its current trading price. It's a gamble. It may not happen. So, but it could. They do seem to be motivated and interesting and pushing forward with a buyout. And so if the buyout happens, then the price of the stock can double or like 1.8x around there. Why do options on some cheaper stocks only trade premiums in increments of $5? But they don't have a lot of range, right? A lot of those stocks just kind of trade in a very narrow price range, and so market makers aren't writing a lot of strikes for them. Does the stock need to be above a minimum price to be eligible for a split? No. Spy for 15 calls for Friday? It's a bit risky. I don't think so. Eric, we've been over this. You can't ignore me now that I pay your bills. I'm in mood. If you want to pay my bills, I won't ignore you. Would someone CC at 138 be safe for this week? Asking for a friend. I sold a couple for 135 for Friday. I don't know if they'll be safe, but there they are. If this fucking breaks out and moves back to 112, I'm gonna be so happy. Hey, look at Dillard's. Back at 307. This does not look particularly bullish. But the sucks was not their intention to kick off MOASS, but it could. I mean, yeah, essentially. Any thoughts on what the dividend might actually be? They won't go full tilt right away, right? What are you talking about? When cat 6K? I mean, that's never happening. God, these positions are weird. Stocks. Fuck yeah. Sorry, I'm getting distracted with positions. CC's on GME this week. When enter. I already did. The company I worked for went bankrupt last night. Oh shit. The dump on Friday had a unexpected knock-on effect. Shit, dude. I hope everything's okay or you have some sort of compensation coming your way. Sorry to hear that, man. AMC, BBY, GME, all different price action. Are they actively suppressing GME today? Uh, A little bit, maybe. There's some FTDs, but not a lot. What strike for which? Oh, for GameStop? I sold 135s. I think Tyler 1 will get to Challenger in Korea. I don't know who the fuck that is. Employment, just nursing that hangover, and then I shall seek my nearest Wendy's dumpster. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Would you hold off on CCs for BBY for the near term, or do you think it will chop through May? I'm actually not selling CCs on BBY right now. I had a bunch that expired last Friday, and now I'm not currently selling any. I am selling CSPs, but no CCs. I think the risk for upside, and like the profitable points to sell BBBY cover calls are too risky. Like you have to sell them fairly near the money because the delta is so low. So it's like, you're selling like 15s and shit, and I don't want to do that. So I'm selling CSPs, but no covered calls right now. Not until after the ETF FTD, ETF FTD, like kind of crossover mid-May. I probably won't sell any more covered calls on BBY for a little while. I heard you mention a reverse split last week. Jamie updated the corporate charter to 1 billion shares. So there's no way they'll do a reverse split, right? I don't know. I mean, if you want to throw a wrench in the works, it's a fun way to do it. Have everybody hedge and get ready for a forward split and then just announce a reverse split instead. Could be fun, right? Also, for a reverse split, the chances of a share recall on the institutional side are higher. Is our entire market run by scalpers? I mean, a little bit, yeah. But yes, I mean, they're torn between a situation where they don't want to keep money off the table, right? Because being liquid means that you're not making money, right? And and that money that you're holding is subject to losses due to inflation. And so they want to redeploy that capital, but they're doing it very, very carefully. But first, yeah, they want to pull everything back, and then they'll slowly let it bleed out, and then as confidence builds, they'll put more and more of that money on the line. Uncertainty is the worst thing for markets from a psychological, like a market psychology standpoint. Uncertainty is just terrible because it just creates chop and volatility. And uncertain markets are more likely to fail because of that, because of the fear that they generate. It compounds. Why is a recall more profitable with probable with a reverse split? Oh, because if you've overlent, right, and they're reverse splitting the stock, now you're also kind of, well, you're more so on the hook. The cost of the stock is going to go up, right? Because it's a reverse split. So, like, if GME reverse split 2-1 right now, it'd go to $240 a share. And liquidity dries up. So that means it makes it the risk for covering of those short positions goes up massively. I mean, imagine GameStop with half its current shares. Just imagine the volatility. So whereas a forward split generates liquidity and reduces volatility, a reverse split reduces liquidity and increases volatility. Is it still potentially an incredible play? Company doesn't look that bad. No, the company's not bad at all. And it's definitely a potential play. I'm not in it because I don't like playing, device manufacturers or biotech. But I think the company is decent. And like a long-term buy and hold, I could easily see their shares hitting like $4 or $5 in a couple of years. Especially once profits start coming in. Remember, they haven't made anything up to this point, but they've got a lot of debt to pay off too, which isn't great going into the economy that we're kind of staring down the barrel of right now. Spy calls stopped out after 10 seconds. This doesn't look so bad. For sure, Roberto. Glad you liked the DD. I know I can look it up, but I haven't paid attention. Asking you is faster. Did you hear me announce what kind of split it might be? No. I haven't said shit. That's what's so compelling about my idea. They haven't said, oh, we're splitting, 1 to 2 or 1 to 4. Nothing. Griffin Citadel posts 7.5% gain for main fund in April. Killing it on the volatility, aren't they? Weekly 125 CCs safe. Weekly 125s. Little risky. YouTube lube. That's I mean, if you can buy them back, sure. I mean, if you can buy back your covered calls, you can take as much risk as you want, right? Just know that you can also suffer losses, and then losses would, in turn mean an increase in your cost basis. Yeah, no specific language guaranteeing a forward split. The other thing that would be very compelling about a reverse split issued as a dividend is that I'm pretty sure that it would pull back all broker borrowed shares of retails. Right? So if you have 2 shares in your account, right, and the broker is lending them out without your permission, and they convert that to 1 share issued as a dividend, I think that pulls all the shares back. Sorry, I'm in a good mood today. I'll stop. RC, are you listening? I don't know if they could get away with a 1-to-1. That's kind of just like doing nothing. I'm sure you'd run into regulatory hurdles there. Is this your new secret DD? No. How can you reverse split using a dividend? That's counterintuitive. Yes, it is. But since a split dividend is simply an accounting practice, it could be done, right? I don't know if anyone's ever done it. That'd be interesting to find historical evidence. Precedence, if you will. Where's the next resistance to buy more? 2750? I already have a limit order for 2750 if it hits it. If I sold a CC for 350, 3.5, use options pricing when discussing you sold it at a 350 strike. Now it's worth 2. Can I use the premium to buy it back? Yes. So it's logically inconsistent, but it's speculative and fun. Sounds like a perfect SSDD. I mean, it's not logically inconsistent. I mean, if you really wanted to fuck the shorts, that's a damn good way of doing it. It's too late, average Joe. I already saw that you misspelled Jekyll. Hearsay, objection. Oh, the spy screwed me. I wasn't even paying attention. You son of a bitch. Sound? What sound? The more I think about this, the more compelling it is. Thoughts on September out of the money puts on Disney and F. Kramer kiss of death. Ugh. Don't base your fucking straight trading strategy on inversing Kramer. First of all, he's wrong about a lot of things, but not all things. And then additionally, usually in the short term, he's right. It's the longer term trades that don't pan out, or vice versa. It's foolproof. HD 315 520 is compelling or chasing? Chasing. Up yours, Shill. Is there any news on Rad? Not since that like meeting they had, I don't think. BBY up soon or nah? I mean, options is pricing in a higher, like the options chain is pricing in a higher price, so we'll see. It recovered a little bit already today, didn't it? I mean, it's kind of doing okay. GME sub 120. Yep, breaking down to the next resistance. If we look out here on like trading view, this is I would say we're definitely starting to see the breakdown occur that I discussed last night. So next resistance to the downside at 113 is the next major resistance to the downside. Um, it doesn't have nearly as much support historically as 126.70 does. It also doesn't have like the average support, but you know, it could hold. Wyckoff dead? Looking like it, yeah. The only way it wouldn't be is if we bounce back up into the channel, but it's not looking good right now. I think they'll try to bring it as low as feasibly possible before we see that like FTD overlap, moving into like early, well, moving into mid-May. Um, so as we approach the ETF FTDs, which I believe start, oh, when do those begin? I don't think I saved that chart, unfortunately. May 5th. So this Thursday. So I think they'll try to get us as low as they feasibly can before this Thursday. We moved in the JFresh witch pattern? What the fuck is that? ETF FTDs begin from March futures expiry and March OPEX. I heard you eat warm tuna, but not like a tuna melt. That's disgusting. I would never. I don't like cooked fish, period. Let alone warm tuna. Just like room temperature tuna. Just microwaved for 30 seconds. Prior to the stream, would you usually listen to music or have the television on while trading? Oh, I would play video games and watch Netflix all day while I traded. Thank you, Trash Dan, for the daily service. Doesn't Subway tuna salad have like no actual tuna in it? Or was that like big sandwich FUD? No, they removed the chemical from the bread that they use in yoga mats. They changed the tuna and now it's real. 100% dolphin. Subway tuna had chicken, pork, and beef DNA in it. Nice. Like a hot dog. Hot dog salad. Yeah, it denatures the protein, so it's hard to tell. Hot dog of the sea. That's fucking awesome. Ooh. Should sell some more CSPs on this. What effect does a market crash correction have on the CNS process? Would it make it more efficient, less, unchanged? Thanks. I mean, it would provide more sell orders, right? So, doesn't make it more or less efficient. It would just provide more volume. Dude, somebody fucking sent me a video of some guy that, like, makes hot dog water and drinks it at the gym. It was the most disgusting shit I've ever seen in my life. He just boils hot dogs in a big pot and then ices it and puts it in like a vacuum container. It's called dog tea. It's just fucking like drinking nitrates. It's so gross. Have you seen the video of the girl making ice cream from a pizza? No, but that still sounds better than drinking hot dog water at the gym. Worst Wasser. Hot dog water, same like kidney failure. Do you know what Gamma Max is this week? You don't need to fucking worry about it. We're not going anywhere near it. That dude will be dead in a year. What price did Ryan Cohen double down on GME? It was like 12 or 13 bucks, something like that. Ooh, actually know exactly. We have it on the trading view chart. His initial buy-in was at $5, and then he didn't really double down, but he bought a bunch more at 12. And the dates on that are correct. These are Burry's buy-ins. I don't know why they're all the way down there. So that was his final buy-in. Uh, besides the recent one. I mean, you can see the difference in experience, right? Although Cohen's initial buy-in was below Burry's and Burry's initial buy-in. So his 5.8 million shares here. But I mean, like Burry fucking nailed the dip back here in like August, April 3rd, 2020. He bought it $2 and like 70 cents, I think. Quadrupled down at 100. No, he bought 100,000 shares recently at 100. He didn't quadruple down. Not even fucking close. Do 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 do. Ew. Go back up. I think at that point, if Burry had hung out for the whole squeeze, he would have run into regulatory issues. I think that's why he sold. Burry successfully called 62 of the past 4 dips. I think he sold in like the $20 or $30 range. We sold at 18. What's Burry investing in now? Private prisons and weird fucking blank check companies. Nothing? Burry sold everything per his Twitter 6 months ago. Really? Because maybe not personally invested in anything, but Scion is. They have a recent 13D. Private prisons, not very cool. Yeah, but very profit. Well, they're not private, right? They're publicly traded prisons. And the company is investing in isn't actually prisons. They are a private prison REIT. Fuck. So they own the land and properties that private prisons use. Well, economic downturn means crime goes up. So yeah, it's a shitty bet, but the correlation is significant. Causation is significant. It was finally sub 70. Yeah. I wrote a DD last night on what to kind of expect on GameStop price action. Kyle, do you think the market will tank some more? It could. What's more volatile, ammonium nitrate or over leveraged economy? Shilling private prisons now? I'm not invested in them. Burry is, though. I have no interest in buying into private prison REITs. Even some things are too objectionable for me to make money off of. But the investment thesis is solid. I can see the SPY testing 400 this week. You? I don't know about that. Maybe after Wednesday. Can you elaborate on why bullish on copper and silver instead of tin? I just really haven't looked into tin. Do you think RDBX has too much institutional ownership to have a significant squeeze? I think it doesn't have options, so squeezes are unsustainable. SPY 300 incoming? I mean, probably not. I think Baba's breaking out right now. What about CLVR? What about it? It's starting to find support in the low range. I don't know when FTDs are going to be due on it. Probably soon. This was like, yeah, March OPEX, right around that time. So probably start to see some interest pick up on it in the next like week. I still don't have a position in that. If you have leaps, just wait. Either next quarter or when the Senate votes, it'll run again. Leading into the Senate vote, I don't think the bill will pass, but which ticker does Vibranium trade? What about leaps on BBBY? Lost 50% on some? When did you lost 50% on some? Why is that a question? Is the first part a question and the second part a statement? If you have leaps, why do you care about near-term price action? That's why you buy leaps. I don't understand people buying leaps. And then, like 4 days later, they're like, my leaps are down. Like, if you have leaps, why are you even looking at the fucking stock? Set a fucking alert when your leaps go green. Sell some out-of-the-money leaps on GME to buy short-term calls close to OPEX if strapped for cash. I mean, you can. Like a vertical spread. If someone in chat says the stock is ripping, I assume it's up 1% or already going back down. Yeah, generally. Are you planning to position mainly into GME calls? Probably like... I'm probably gonna get some midweek this week, and then more as we approach like end of May. Significant BBY FTDs due today. There could be some BBY FTDs due today from that run up the previous Friday. I mean, it looks like there's a little bit. It's stabilized back to the upside. I'm more interested in the fact that the long positions are compounding and the calls being bought are far dated. Like gamma neutral is already, or delta neutral has already pushed up above gamma neutral. And the stock is trading, down here. So this is at like 16, this is like 19. So the options market is pricing in a move to the upside. So like everything I told people about doing on GameStop back in like November about building these like far dated options positions that were fairly near the money. People are doing on BBBY because it's cheap. So you're seeing like a lot of like August and January calls for BBBY. Like very far dated calls, very close to the money. And it's driving up the overall market delta, which is bullish as fuck. Is it even confirmed they will discuss a split at the meeting? No. The ranges on Ader. Oh no, I don't have a position over there anymore. Turned around a little bit today. If it continues to bump up past 6, which it failed to do today, but if it is able to, there are a lot of FTDs coming in on it. It's kind of just butting up right against resistance here. The next resistance is at 6. It's very hard for this to break 8. I don't see a breakout above 8 happening. Or it's not likely. If it does, that kind of is a different story. But right now, yeah, the next big resistance is gonna be like 631. So 575, 6, and 631 are the next 3 to the upside. I still don't like Ader, but it's getting close, I think, to something I might go long on. No, I wish I bought more out of the money calls. I had tons of at the money calls. The same way they do on GME through ETFs. I think those are institutions that intend to exercise. Could be. I mean, the volume looks mostly retail, but I'm sure some of it's institutional. For BBY leaps, do you limit your upside by buying to close to the money? Wait, what? Buying too close to the money? A little bit, yeah. And you don't want to buy too far out of the money either, but you do limit the potential on a run. Don't you think getting into GME calls end of May might miss big ups due to split dividend action from institutions? There is no split dividend at the end of May. Actually, there is no split dividend until they announce a split dividend. And we will not see any price action betting on one until it is announced. And the ratio. Please explain with some detail why you wish you bought far out of the money calls last one versus the ones you bought. No, I liked the ones I bought. I wish I just didn't. So after Feb OPEX failed, I shaved off most of my out of the money risk. So I had calls going into Feb OPEX. I had what was I? What did I have at that time? I think I had April. Yeah, going into Feb OPEX, I had April. I think it was 14 was the monthly. Was it 14? Yeah. I had April 14s, I think all the way out to like 350. So I had 350, 300s, 250s. I had 225s or 220s and 200s. And I shaved off this entire part of the position. And when I rolled to June and Feb, I rolled everything down to like 100 to 130. So all of my strikes were between like 100 and 130. And then I think shortly before March OPEX, I bought some 90s and 95s. So I moved my whole position down way closer to the money. And I wish I hadn't. But I'd been carrying it so long and the cost of theta was enormous. So while I don't necessarily regret the decision I made, I mean, in hindsight, I would have made significantly more money had I just held on to it, even the April 14s. But with the rule change, we didn't really know what was going to happen because, they didn't tell us anything about it, right? They just said they were de-risking volatility positions. And so we didn't know how that was going to play out. And with with that uncertainty, it seemed best to shave the out of money calls. Market ripping now. Cool. Yeah, that's not ripping. That's a small bounce, which is nice. No, gamma neutral is the entire chain too. Gamma is a derivative of delta. Gamma, you can think of gamma neutral as the point at which, the least amount of hedging occurs. Market ripping, same like BBBY ripping. Can we please time out people who use rip and crash incorrectly? Also, tanking. Don't forget tanking. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Market stagnating. Girk wouldn't answer my VIX questions. What was your VIX question? What do you think of suggesting for SS to switch their buying power to BBBY to squeeze it at this insanely cheap price? Um, Good luck with that. I'm sure most of them are buying some amount of BBBY because Cohen's invested in it. Yes, they would also call you a shill, and we know what they do to shills. We're out of the loop with the market while I've been doing final stuff. Now I gotta rebuild my whole watch list. Exciting. I just asked if you had any positions in it. Always. Literally always. Start a position in DCA with BBBY. Why not at this point? Wait, what? I'm not saying BBBY is a bad buy. I think it's a great deal right now. I bought 100 shares today. Mach 49. I use VIX as a hedge for my portfolio. So I basically always have a VIX position. Don't wait for SS to embrace BBBY. I mean, I don't understand how they haven't, right? If they think Cohen's God and everything he does is in order to create value for retail investors, you'd think they'd be all over it. But yeah, I don't see it mentioned a lot there, if at all. Another good entry into BTU. I'll probably average down a little more today if I can. GME dead? No. It's like at 120, 119, 120. That's kind of fitting our expectations of down this week. Brian Cohen seemed like Elon Musk for hipsters. Seemed like Elon Musk for people with less money. He's like the poor man's Elon Musk. Except not probably as shady or narcissistic. Superstock is literally, he bought BBBY only to squeeze GME. Well, that's not exactly how that works, but okay. BTU more of a leap play or a summer play? I have leaps and shares. So it's more of like a leap or 2 year play. If it sees a significant amount of price movement in the short term, awesome. But I think it'll take a while. So I'm just like cost basis averaging and accumulating a position right now, especially while it's cheap. I didn't think I'd get another entry this low. I think the things Ryan Cohen's doing will generate shareholder value, which is, I'm sure, what he's interested in doing because that means it generates value for him as well. Since when do we expect SS to understand why things work in a particular way? How does one determine if a volume candle is buy or sell? You can't. The only thing a red or green candle tells you is if it opened or if it closed higher or lower than it opened. That's one shareholder vote showing GME how many counterfeit shares are in the market. If you subtract DRS votes from the rest, you should end up with the float, right? I don't think they're using the vote count. I mean, the sure. Add, yes. Okay, that makes more sense. You say counterfeit shares, but that's not really a thing, right? Shares provided by brief supplemental liquidity provisions. Also, shares created through ETFs wouldn't vote. Shares in excess of the float in circulation. I mean, we went through this last June. Votes came in, below the free float. Value down, tech up? It just seems like both are kind of undecided. I mean, Apple's down. Home Depot, Cat, GS up for the day. So this is like, I mean, if anything, it looks like value up, tech kind of sideways. Although Snap's up almost 2% today, which is nice. Still not seeing a lot of. Yeah, oil's still down. Gold and silver are still down. VIX is dropping a little bit. Tesla's up, but I wonder how much of that is just sympathy with Bitcoin. The US 100 index is slightly up. But the Dow and the SPX are still down on the day. Um, huh. Yeah, just both down. Still money just being pulled off the table. Or at least not re-entering the market at any significant rate. Yeah, AMD's breaking out a little bit. But they've got earnings coming up, so they're gonna kind of move away from the rest of the market drag. They need cash and can't wait for long-term value. I don't think they need cash. You're talking about two of the largest institutions, like some of the largest institutions. There's a lot of assumptions made about these guys. They're fucking loaded. And they simply make money on the market doing anything. These guys are not directionally positioned. Only deck I ever heard of with delusions of grandeur. You guys really got like a thing going on, huh? Are you playing Baba in any way? Yeah, I have a bunch of calls on Baba. I've been playing it since it didn't fill its gap at the bottom. I don't like talking about Baba a lot unless I'm really confident in a move in it because it's super fucking risky. Um, and yeah, just fucking overnight announcements can tank the stock the next day. I really don't like swing trading it, but I did on this last sort of bounce. We'll see where it ends up. What index futures are reasonable to track in the pre-market? I heard you say US 100. Yeah, I usually track like the US 100, gold, silver, and oil, uh, S&P growth, S&P value, and the VIX. Those are the primary ones I watch. And I also watch China 50, like FTSE China 50, Shenzhen Component Index, and Hang Seng Index. Why the fuck would they vote a synthetic share? Average Joe started this crusade against me, but it's not like I really care about his opinion to begin with. Fair. How long till Baba is 112 or more again? Who the fuck knows? I hope it hits 112. That would make me a lot of money. I've missed reading your DD. Could you perhaps release DD more often? Even if it's just on the perfect pizza to pineapple ratio or salt to water and brine. Thanks, bottom man. My mother was attacked by a duck a few years ago. Oh, I see. Did you end up getting assigned on your Amazon CSPs? Yeah, of course. So I'm now the proud owner of relatively cheap Amazon shares. Far more than I wanted to own. Um I started selling covered calls on them this morning. So after premiums that I paid for the puts and the premium collected on the CSP, I think I ended up getting the shares for like negative $3 a share. So my hedge was a little bit off, but it worked out. Yeah. The problem is I don't want that many Amazon shares. It's a massive chunk of my portfolio. And the premiums paid to hedge it were not cheap. It's a very good price, but I still don't want the shares. It's a big fat fucking chunk of money that I really don't want in Amazon, like locked in Amazon right now. All of it thanks to C-Mill for reminding me to hedge my shit. Saved me on Netflix and Amazon. Thanks, C-Mill. C-Mill's my new hedging buddy. You have no idea how often I forget to hedge shit overnight. I want to buy 5 shares. That was my plan. I just wanted to buy 5 shares. Or, like, well, maybe 10 or 15, but I didn't want 100. And the portfolio that I have them in doesn't have a lot of free cash. So I had to deposit, I had to sell calls, transfer money, deposit the money into the account so I didn't get margin called because I over leveraged myself buying puts. Um, then I had to sell the puts early in order to have the cash settle for the inevitable exercise of the CSP. So I had to sell the puts at like whatever Amazon opened at that morning. It's dropped significantly since then. So if I could have held the puts, I would have been in a much better position than I am now. But I had to get rid of them. I think it was at like, yeah, it was like 20, 25, 25, or yeah, 25, 25, like right in this range. I don't remember what time I sold them at, but I had to sell them in order to have the cash settle by Saturday for the exercise of the CSP. And if I'd been able to hold them to today, they would have been up way more. Not to mention, I'm gonna have to pay taxes at some point on those puts that I used to hedge, which is shitty. I don't think the DTC haircut thing is going to do much besides create a little bit of volatility. I don't think it's going to have an effect on GameStop at all. Do Amazon issues sound like why the poor should use margin? No, you shouldn't use margin. Shouldn't use margin unless you can pay for it, in which case you're probably not that poor. Hedging AMD earnings equals low 80s puts. And hedging their earnings would be like buying puts at the money before earnings. Oh, and I got destroyed on IV Crush too for the Amazon puts. Just another ear to the soil. Bloomberg, Dow News, Seeking Alpha. All of them have an agenda, but if you read all of them, you get enough different viewpoints that you generally can form your own opinion on what's actually going on. Thoughts on those rental backed securities? They got all big in 2014. Nowhere to go but up since interest rates are going up. It's only going to drive up rental demand. Not a risk like 2008 MBSs. Yeah, I don't think we're really seeing a collapse in mortgage backed securities anytime soon. And the rental backed securities, while they were a little popular for a bit, I don't think were all that popular. And that's more of like an insurance scam, right? It doesn't carry the same confidence that a mortgage backed security used to once upon a time. Because no matter where you own your house, you're encouraged to pay it off. But there's many places, that have uh preferential treatment of tenants over landlords, like New York City, San Francisco. Places where it's extremely hard to evict tenants, and then you're not guaranteed that payment. Also, with a foreclosure, you still end up with an asset. You still have the house if you foreclose on it as a bank. Whereas if you evict someone, there's no really getting that money back. I'm never paying off my house. Okay. Just why? Made 16 trades today and netted $23.44. My CPS is gonna love my tax returns this year. Nice. Cash out, refi, and invest. Interest rate arbitration. Yeah. And you don't want to refi right now. Did you refi recently? Like before the rate increases started happening? If you got a refinance before the rate increases started happening, you're in a great spot. Why would I buy a house when I can sleep at the park for free? True. What's the best ticker for long-term uranium investment? Oh, um, what's the one that I wanted to buy into? One? No. I think that's one. Oh, this. URA. Remember that this investment is like a 3-year window at least. This is not happening anytime soon. You don't need to YOLO into it right now. Ooh, BBY is almost green on the day. Positive gross margin or positive operating margin? Positive operating margin. I don't. I don't want to. I really don't want to invest in a company that's blowing a shitload of their money. Like if they have negative operating margin and positive gross margin, that's or vice versa. I mean, although you do expect operating margin to go up, especially in growth companies, you can expect to see, them spending more, right? Like GameStop, for instance. You want to see them spending more, right? You want to see their overhead kind of increasing because that means they're growing, right? It's a sign of growth. DNN for uranium? Is that like the Denison Mining or whatever? Yeah, that company is shit. I don't like that company at all. This is just like some garbage penny stock. That's not like good exposure to uranium at all. Yes, Stefan. We're talking about exposing uranium. Oh, you did. Did see a cat shirt, Gareth. I bought it yesterday, hoping that it would make my calls print. So far, it has not worked. Unobtainium. How viable to consistently make 2% return every trading day? 1%? Feel like targeting volatile tickers and following strict rules. It's possible. Am I crazy? Emotion is probably the biggest issue. It's possible. At this point, do you have enough margin to start manipulating the price of penny stocks? I could try. But why would I? Like what's the advantage there? Where's your GameStop hoodie? I don't own one. Why would I buy a GameStop hoodie? I own GameStop stock. I'm not a fucking customer. I just I just have cat calls. I don't own any of their stock. Yeah, I've bought some stuff there. But because it was cheaper or more available than other places. You don't have a cat backhoe in the garage? Loser. It's not it's a 1 gallon metal jug of water. It's very heavy. I didn't really think the purchase through. I simply bought it. I have no regrets. But when you fill it up with water, it weighs about 40 pounds. It is fantastic. Look at the size of this fucking. I can't even fit it on the fucking camera. It's like. It's like a water baby. Well, you know, I've solved two problems because the gun people were like, "How are you going to defend your apartment?" Now I know. I'll use this. Nope, chair sucks. I don't know who makes it. Oh no, the gallon doesn't weigh 40 pounds. Like the water doesn't. The jug itself is like made of steel and it's not light. It was like 34 pounds before I put the water in it. 35, something like that. I don't know what water weighs. I've never weighed a gallon of water. I have a scale here. I can find out how much it weighs. Hold on. Okay, it's 34.5 pounds. But it's also like not completely full. It's like 3/4 full. It's kind of a perfect solution, right? Because the more you drink, the lighter it gets. And if you don't drink enough, you have to exercise more to drink water. Like my biceps are gonna get huge from just trying to drink out of this fucking thing. Yeah. You get your 20-pound vape for the other hand. I give it a week till he gets a really long straw for it. I was already looking on Amazon last night. Trash. You're gonna get tennis elbow. It's possible. Hey, look, we bounced a little. Well, I assume that's what it's sold for, right? It's for like if you go camping or something and you need to not only drink water for the weekend, but also maybe refill the radiator in your car. No, I bought it at Costco. Do you drink tap water? Sometimes. I have like a reverse osmosis thing on my sink, but it's really fucking slow. And the tap water in New York City is really good, so I usually I alternate. 512 meeting with the FDA for emergency approval. It's compelling. If they get approved, I see the price of the stock going way up. I shop at Costco all the time. And then, but I don't really buy anything from there. I just fucking walk around and buy absurd items and then leave. If you had the luxury of trying tap water in Flint, Michigan, why would I drink that garbage? I'm gonna get a job at Winco Foods that I can get a stake in the company. I don't think you're gonna build up a big position quickly, Dork. I would never buy pizza at Costco. Looking for stocks to responsibly wheel long term. Apple's a great one. Well, I didn't really wheel Apple, but I sold CSPs on it for a really long time. Yeah, I know it does. That's why I mix it up. I also use tap water in all my like cooking and stuff as well. Costco's great if you need an industrial pallet of muffins. So I don't even have a Costco membership, but my ex-girlfriend did, and I still have the card, and I'm still on the account. So until I get removed, or as long as she remains single, which could be forever, given that I don't think anybody else is dumb enough to date her, I've got a free Costco membership, so I just take advantage of it. Why do you think I was gay? I'm not. Sorry, man. The way you look at me. She doesn't have an executive membership. No, it's different. Different person, JC. Just consolidating for another violent move downwards, bringing GME with it. Thoughts? Also, what are calls versus puts on today's SPY expiration? The ratio? I have no idea. Who gives a shit? It's probably near 50%, like 0.5. Almost the SPY doesn't generally have a lot of deviation in its put call ratio. Does this graph not have a fucking... Hold on. Stupid. Uh, Call skew is spiking massively. And put call ratio is at... This is 30 days, but 30 days out, it's at... Uh, 1.21. So someone's buying the absolute shit out of the dip on the SPY. Was the free Costco membership worth the relationship? I mean, this water bottle was. Thoughts on TDAX? Seems to be resisting downs today. I bought some last week, so I'm already in it. It's not just resisting downs, it's up 7%. That's Does your ex-girlfriend know that you're famous now? I don't think I'm famous. It's not like I go places and people are like, that guy. Hey, Pickle Man, do you know of any psilocybin or psychedelic therapy stocks? I went to 420 Fest and did some shrooms yesterday. I'm a true believer now. Provided the issue with them, yeah, there are some like MNMD, I think, is one. MindMed. But the biggest issue with them is the regulatory hurdles. Like they're simply just illegal still. And look how long it's taken us to get weed legalized, let alone fucking LSD and mushrooms. And there's two reasons you want to stay away from like psychedelic therapy stocks. Is one, most of the companies are bullshit, you know. Two, if the regulatory hurdles are cleared, that entire sector will be just eaten up by big pharma. It's just like weed. It's like why you don't buy weed stocks, right? Because big tobacco is just going to take it over. You're like E-level famous at least. I don't know what that means. You're a celebrity to us. Thanks. You trip? No. Let's play AMD for old time's sake, please. 150K into $100 weeklies. No, I'm not doing it. I already have like fucking 40 contracts on AMD right now. 45? I'm not buying any fucking weeklies. Yeah, so Dave of the Pigeon Well Daves, don't grow mushrooms in your house. It's a terrible idea. It's super hard to contain the spores, and they go everywhere. Also, what the fuck are you gonna do with that many mushrooms? My buddy did that, and he ended up with just like a garage full of trash bags of mushrooms. Mushrooms growing off of the fucking like banister in his or the like support beam in his ceiling. And no one wanted to buy the shit. So it ended up just molding and he threw it out. 4.2 million candle on the QQQQ 1 minute big ol' straddle. Sounds like it. No price change. It turned into like a nightmare for him where he just had so many fucking mushrooms and there was nothing he could do with them. Like no one's going to come to your house and buy a trash bag full of mushrooms, right? Not unless you have connections. It's not easy to move, 100 pounds of psychedelics. AMD 87 CSP at 510. Good weekly bet. Doesn't seem too bad. You don't know me. That mug is Elden Lord sized. It's ridiculous. That's why I bought it, trash. I have a regular sized water bottle around here somewhere too. Hold on. This is important for science. Okay. Regular water bottle. Like a big one, like a 32-ounce water bottle. New water bottle. It's insane. Holy shit balls. I wasn't kidding when I said it was huge. So I've tried filling those with like iced espresso before, but the problem is the it like reacts with the steel and it tastes like shit. And then everything you put in that water bottle from that point on also tastes like shit. It weighs right now it's about 3/4 full, and we weighed it and it's 34 pounds. You can't knock it off your bedside table. It's impossible. Yeah, it might be 2 gallons. I don't know. It's a lot. I would like to buy some of your friend's basement mushrooms. I can't help you, man. I haven't talked to that guy in years. What kind of activities do you like doing while you fill up your water bottle? How could there be 140% of shares held by insiders? In what? It's just because there hasn't been a reporting of 13Ds. If you see what you're seeing old institutional ownership from the previous 13Ds and new institutional reported ownership. And that data is being aggregated, so it's showing 140%. Also, infinite shares of every company ever. How close do you think are to a Fed coin launching? Next 5 years? Maybe. Thoughts on Boot? Boot Barn. Eh. I really don't know anything about the business, but it looks like they got some of their value back over the last few weeks. I would have been interested in this test. This is a nice low, but this could stabilize for a while. It looks like it's consolidating downward. So it may have another breakout, but you're probably like a month away. Maybe sometime in like June, late June. So you might be able to get better prices on it if you wait. Is there a difference in AP purchase value versus redeem value? And if the Difference the profit from ETF creation. If the difference the profit from ETF creation. The profit would be in the arbitrage. So you short the ETF, then create shares. Then when you start covering the ETF, you return them. Because you create the shares and use those shares to drive down the price of the underlying stocks, which causes the price of the ETF to drop as its net asset value drops, right? And then when you return the shares, they're either they're cheaper, and so you start returning the shares and you go long the underlyings, and then you make arbitrage on all, not only the whole basket but the ETF itself. Do they have condoms at Costco? Probably. I have June 90 and 95s, and then I have leaps at 100, 115, and 145. How long ago did you buy that thing? What, the water bottle? Yesterday? We have to witness a Wall Street Bets 2.0 to see Palantir at 45 again. I mean, they're building up government contracts, and they still have a lot of like debt carryover from the SPAC. So it's like I think it'll take a while before we start to see like decent returns on Palantir. You can sell covered calls on it and get a cheap cost basis, but it might be a couple years. All good, dude. Monday should be show and tell for my weekend purchases. I bought a pellet grill from my apartment building's list of approved grills. And I sold my old uni oven and bought a new one. And the giant water bottle. Yeah, it almost feels like a good time to not have any money on the table, doesn't it, Segan? Oh well. Well, I think if I can get like a custom vent made for my uni, then I might be able to get like the building manager's approval to use it on my like fire escape. Because other people have like Webers and shit on their fire escapes. Interesting. I just need one that doesn't go straight up. But I have another over the weekend proposal that I'm kind of interested in. It was an interesting weekend for me. My buddy wants me to pay off his $200,000 in margin debt, and he's willing to give me his grandma's house in Long Island as collateral. He made a bad play. Not only that, I can use and like live in his grandmother's house until he fully pays me back, which he said will be no 3 months, no more than 6. The house is worth way more than 200 grand. And I know he's not going to pay me back because he never has. His grandma died a few years ago. Well, I kind of just want it so I can have a place to set up my grill and pizza oven. Oh, of course I'm going to get it in writing. He's a degenerate gambler, but also options. He manages an options desk. He makes good money. But he's quote unquote cash poor right now, and his port lost like 40% of its value in the last 2 weeks. I don't think he wants to sell the house, but I also don't think he's going to pay me back in time. Nope, he does. It's his. His mom passed away and left it to him. His grandma got COVID and died, and then left it to his mom, who then had a heart attack. He's had a rough year. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lien holders agreement. Obviously, I'm not stupid. Do the communal living spaces have vaulted ceilings? I've never been there. I have no idea. I have a few friends that are invested in GME. Most think I'm crazy, but they thought that before GameStop. And now you're gonna steal his house. It's not his house. He has a house. That's why he doesn't live there. Well, it's not like I'm taking his house for the fun of it. Do you know what plays got your friend in a tough spot? I know he lost a shitload of money on Netflix. Like it was he had a big margined long position in Netflix. Um, I'm not sure what else hit his portfolio, but his portfolio is probably pretty standard FANG stocks and shit. What the problem is, he works in an institution, and if he's carrying margin debt, he's going to get reported to compliance and lose his job. He's not supposed to be trading stocks. Is your friend Bill Hwang? No. I'll just keep it so I have someplace to store my pizza oven and my grill. I can drive out there on the weekends and grill things and cook pizzas, and it has a pool. I could swim in the pool. Is there still value in GME post split, or does it become a better trading vehicle instead of a long vehicle then? That's hard to say. We'll have to see how how much people hold in the new, more liquid environment. If volatility remains high, then I mean, it's still a good long-term investment. If the company grows and you just massively increased your leverage on it. Future REIT starting with this guy's house. He's trading on insider information, blew up a bunch of horrible positions, and now wants Pickleman to bail him out in exchange for his grandma's house. He's the physical embodiment of Wall Street bets of Long Island. Yeah. Oh, it's like right on the ocean, but it's way the fuck out on Long Island. I think the property has a beach. But it's an old house. It's not, I know it's not like modern. It's all about the vaulted ceilings. All right, man. Stick a flashlight on top and the water bottle's a lighthouse. How's your buddy's long drive? He might need to win the players championship to win his grandmother's house back. I mean, he makes enough money in a month to pay me back. Ooh. Grandma's ghost gives you the best picks. Are Amazon and Apple killing the SPY? Because I see a lot of green in other stocks. Also, we're currently seeing the hard push down on low volume due to the FTDs coming in. Both. So yes, we're seeing the SPY kind of hurt by these mega cap companies losing value, but what we're seeing interest in these, now cheaper tech companies. Like, so we see like Netflix and Nvidia up, where the value's already kind of been drained away pretty significantly. Um, I don't know how much more of this we're gonna see before we start to see some value come back into like Tesla and Amazon, but they're not helping the situation. I'm surprised the SPY is as stable as it is today, given the downturn in these bigger stocks. And these are also way more heavily weighted too. Placed by Citigroup. Interesting. Have you ever torn a rotator cuff? Probably. But there isn't a nothing has happened. There isn't a stock split, Patrick. I wrote a DD on it last night. Just go read it. I'm just gonna have my lawyer handle it. Given that he's never paid me back for anything and makes vastly more money than I do, um, I'm definitely handling it through a lawyer. No problem, Patrick. Your sister read that? I thought you just wanted us to brigade it. Either way. How much do you think he owes you overall? Currently? Probably like 50 grand. Bill Wang has a lot of liars. I might want to swim in his grandma's pool again. Maybe you should stop lending him money. Probably. My biggest problem is his dad's filthy rich, and he won't ask his dad for money. His wife is also filthy rich, and he won't ask her for money. He just hits me up like we're still in college, and he can't afford beer. It's fucking ridiculous. I told him no, and that's when he offered the house. And now I'm feeling like I should fucking take it because otherwise I'll never receive a return on the money he already owes me. Oh, I know what a red flag is, but he's a moron, so his ability to trick me is limited. They're also getting margin called, and nobody wants to tell anyone else. He has a my daddy doesn't think I'm good enough issues. And that's because he's not. I mean, to be honest, his dad's not wrong. I think I've been to the house before, Stefan, but I can't remember. It's not like 50K all at once, and he hasn't directly refused to give it back. I mean, I don't bother him about it a lot, but it's there, lingering, you know? Take the deal, give him a hot tip on Ader. Yeah, that's not real. I know all about SOS. I was here last year too, Mike. Congratulations if you're no longer bag holding it. I feel like you might be, though. I have to call my Mark Browning. I have to call my lawyer today, but I know. I know the right steps to take. I'll get a title search done. I'll probably get an appraisal of the property also. And then yeah, I'll file the lien with the county. How do you stay sane through all of this? Through all of what? I'm buying puts on it as we speak. All right. Could you give a brief summary of your thoughts? Why, how GME has been pushed red so much? Haven't we been waiting for this? That's why I'm going to have an inspection done. House inspection, appraisal, like all the same shit you would do to close on a piece of property. He doesn't like it. Don't get me wrong. He wants the 200K right up front, but I gotta sell shit. Fuck that. I mean, the property alone's probably worth $1 million, house or no house. So I don't really care about the conditions in the house. Let's like cap price action in the coming weeks. I mean, it's staying pretty stable today. It's just kind of trading in this like 110 to 111 range. Couple breakouts. I think it looks good. I'm glad it's not slipping. So, the upside looks great. If we can see a bounce here, it's at a good point for one. Maybe a move back up to like 220. That's what I'm looking for. What's happening with GME today? Getting slammed. Massively underperforming the market. This is just shorting. I don't know. Most of the day yesterday and a little bit of the day Saturday. I mean, it didn't take that long. I've done DDs that took far longer than that. Build those obligations. I mean, yeah, right? That's what I want to see. Because all of this gets a lot more compelling if they have a big fat stack of juicy obligations they need to clear at the same time the stock splits. He owns it. He has the deed, but I'll do a title check all the same. Also, make sure there aren't any other liens outstanding on the property. I know why he doesn't want to go through his bank, but I mean, that's pretty obvious given his situation. We see Jimmy hit double digits again, like 90. Yeah, it's possible. 115 GME CSP safe. Too high. Resistance is at 113. And it's strong, but I don't know how strong it'll be. If they push hard, we can slide right through it. Down to like 107. With the failure of phase E, we're really looking. The fuck? Depending on how much value is kept, we're looking at a move to here or even as low as these supports, 98 and 93. So the breakdown of this LPS, right? We'll be looking initially here at 113. And then there's support at 107, which I don't have marked here, but I will. And then we have our baseline supports for the last cycle, which are at 98 and 93. Oh, if they are compounding positions right now, it is likely because they have a large number of FTDs due soon, which is similar to the drop we saw in like late January here, before they started to cover the Feb FTDs. And we saw this nice climb up. Switch the candles because you can see it better off of without Renko. So we had our low test, and then we saw this big dip through here, and then they started to cover those Feb FTDs from Feb 8th. Remember, from the Feb FTD cycle, and that kept our price pretty elevated for a couple weeks. And then with us tanking into Feb OPEX, and then they drove the price down as hard as they could before they covered in March. So I think we'll see a compounding of positions into that FTD period. And then when we have those FTDs overlapping, we'll start to see price improvement again. Provided we don't see a market crash first. But that can't be predicted. Rolling my Jan 2024s to Jan 2023 at a low, a good play to capitalize on shorter term run. Yeah, that's a perfectly okay way to handle that scenario. But you'd probably want to get out of those leaps at a higher price point and buy back into them at a lower one. So you're rolling back the position. It's yeah, it's something that you can do. You think they're using this to flip their position so they're ready to run back up with the stock split? It's possible. I mean, they could buy back GameStop's float with cash on hand. They have a shitload of money. It's the issue. The issue is the risk across the whole sector, not just GameStop and BBBY. Kirk bails out hedge fund, preventing MOASS. I don't think he has any GameStop positions at all. Any advice on how people can balance position risk versus wanting to maximize upcoming events? Limit exposure to the event. That way, if they don't play out, don't lose that much. There's no making money without taking some risk. And you don't really have enough shares to profit on the cycles. Be very careful with your risk tolerance on your options contracts. Is the best way to handle it. Pull your money out if things aren't moving your way immediately, and wait and re-enter and try again without losing too much of your initial capital. Is it not a red? Didn't we go over this when you brought? There is a fucking spring test on the daily. We went over this last time, Stefan. The spring test was back here. And you can see it on the daily. You don't need a red day to confirm a test. You just need a low. This line is wacky because it's drawn for Renko, but sub-billion market cap for BBY. Why not have a hostile takeover, sell Bye Bye Baby for $1 billion? I don't know. Convince his wife to buy Jimmy. I don't know. My lawyer will fucking bill me for it. He went to school with both of us too, so it'll be fine. He knows the situation pretty well. I mean, even politicians don't win all the time. Look at Pelosi's roadblocks calls. Great potential for short-term upside and deploying limited capital towards GME or BBY. I don't know about short-term. BBY has a little more short-term potential than GameStop. We'll see. We've seen FTDs come and go without really realizing anything from them. Maybe like a $10 price move one day, but nothing crazy. Especially the intra, like, I mean, besides last January when FTDs were astronomical, and we haven't seen a compounding of FTDs like that since then. So I would say that I would be careful on playing the FTDs. There is upside potential in them, but it's small. Don't expect like a move back to 160 or something. Probability my BBY 14 CSVs get us for Friday get assigned. I wish you the best. Don't be boring. Let's play AMD. I don't want to. I've got my nice long boring position and I'm perfectly happy with it. If you're gonna degen out on AMD, you're gonna do it all by yourself, Moon. $135cc too low for May 13. Delta is 0.244. May 13. If you'd sold them earlier today, sure, but now 135. I might target a little higher, at least get over gamma neutral, right? Is there a possibility that we haven't seen the actual spring test and this dip is going to highlight that? I don't think so. I like your bullish take, but the price action looks distributive and like we're heading towards another brief accumulation period like GameStop does every time. Which seems, given the historical evidence, far more fucking likely. It looks about time to start shorting the VIX, but I don't trust previous strategies with this much fear. I agree. It's risky to short the VIX right now. I mean, directly short it. If you're buying far dated puts, you'll probably be okay if it's above 40. Like, the VIX isn't going to stay elevated above like 40 for a long period of time, right? Have I lost money with GME? Overall, not at all. I call it we go below 100. Mark my words. You're not calling anything. We're like already on track to do that. I'm not gonna sell CCs on GameStop after the ones I have out expire this Friday. And I sold some today, also expiring this Friday. But after that, I'm not I'm not putting out any more covered calls for like probably a couple weeks, maybe a month. I will be selling CSPs, but probably no covered calls. If MOA is something you're still looking for, are you just going to play the cycles? I mean, if MOAS happens, awesome. I have a shitload of GameStop, right? I'm ready for that. I'm long the stock. I'm ready for that eventuality. But in the meantime, absolutely, I'm just going to play the cycles. You had 50 shares, a few G's to spend. Can you talk about how you would build out your position, especially with upcoming catalysts, risk for GME and the market? I would be careful. I'd be very careful and hold my money back as long as I could. Be patient with your entry. I think there are still better prices in store for GameStop investors. I think 115 is, given that we've broken down now, I think 115 is high. I think we can trade as low as 107, 98, 93 even. Anything below that's just insane deal. And patience will ultimately reward you. Every cycle has proven that, and rampant bullishness has kept us from doing the right thing as retail over and over and over again. Um, with only some people surviving the atrocious conditions we suffered through from November to February for long enough to capture gains in March and recover. So remember the lesson learned there. Remember that they do have this ability to offset the cycle, not through quad witching, because they still have to eventually look down the barrel of that S&P rebalance every quarter. But for quite some time, and we're still very early in what could be a June cycle. Very, very early in what could be a June cycle. So I don't think we've seen the bottom by any means. At the same time, don't try to time the bottom perfectly because that's how you miss out. Just when the price gets relatively low, look for opportunities. Make sure that you have enough theta that you're not going to get burned either way. Make sure you're not too far out of the money so your theta doesn't decay too quickly. I'm not blessing your orders. I'm not even going to look at them, Moon. I'm not your goddamn financial advisor. You're going to do it no matter what I say anyway, so I don't know why you're even asking me. What's the rule for selling and buying back in a stock if you're profit? What do you mean? The like buy low, sell high? You would just I mean if you're up, why are you selling it? Do you need the money? Selling GME way out of the money next week be fine. Thinking 160, 170. How far do you think we can run? I don't think we'll run that high. Yeah, you could. You could sell really far out of the money ones. But remember that, if the price goes up quickly, those could get really expensive to buy back really fast because you're selling them for nothing, right? So remember the risk you're taking on. Are you a panicky person? Because you might have to hold that through some pretty scary stuff. Like, remember that day I sold like 150, 250s and the stock went to like 155 and then closed at like 152? That kind of shit. Like, you have to be prepared for that mentally and not like like, if you're selling them there, and you're only collecting like $20. So what's the fucking point? Why would you take on, $3 grand worth of risk to collect $20? I mean, Wyckoff is a thing because it lined up. That's all. It has a point of confirmation and a point of failure. We've seen both. Is that confirmation you needed that they didn't get out of their swap obligations? Yeah, it was also confirmation that they compounded the position and didn't, it wasn't a separate event, right? The amount of price action that we saw was, double the last two OPEX runs, which was good confirmation that, they were compounding their position after Feb failed. So simply put, they push it out, they have to cover more, right? The more they push it out, the more they have to cover all at once. Thinking 250 cc's for next week. I would probably focus on lowering cost basis because, as you said, yours is quite high. You know, if you can get yourself to 100 shares, that's the beginnings of like a strong position. Even if you can't play the upside of these runs, you can make income on the downside and on sideways trading, which is beneficial. And then you'll be able to multiply that income post split by whatever the split is. So my focus, if I had less than 100 shares, would be to get more shares. Oh, approaching the demand zone. Getting there. Although I'm probably not going to buy any here because it looks like it's going to drop even further. Might even hit like 60, 63, 60, 64. I don't think we'll see it back down to 60, but I also have a standing sell order on it at 60, so I think my cost basis on it's like 47. I don't feel so good. Why not? GameStop for cheap. This is what people want to say. This a drive back down to lower prices is always the expectation after our cycles. We performed better in this cycle on the downside than we normally do, which was impressive. I'm still stunned at how long our price remained elevated and how little of the overnight borrow obligations they covered during the run. They really should have just ran it more and cleared it out. I think they're a little overconfident in their positions. SMA 450, 500 is significant for spring tests. It can be, yeah. Although a simple moving average should really have very little to do with Wyckoff. I mean, you're looking up comparisons between Wyckoff and technical analysis that are really just made up and not part of Wyckoff's original thesis. Yeah, I've picked up some August BBBY calls at 15 and 20. I'm going slow because the price is still dropping. So if I can get them cheaper, I add to it. I bought more shares today. Short SOS at this point. I mean, just straight short it. I feel like you've missed the opportunity. Also, why are you gonna take on infinite risk to make fucking 20 cents a share? It's not like you're gonna get like a 60-cent put. The first half April FTD report is a dupe of second half of March? Wait, what? Did they release March's numbers again? Too late, I'm already in. Jesus Christ. Same data, same dates. Interesting. Why can't seriously, why the fuck can't FINRA get their shit together on the FTD reports? Sometimes we get 2 weeks at once. Sometimes we just don't get one on the day it's due. And now they're giving us just the old one again? FINRA does quality work. Jesus fucking Christ, man. You know, this is gonna get the people at fucking Superstock all twisted up in a frenzy now. Because they don't understand that things never work the way they should. Yeah, X did have great earnings. If you're long on steel, it's a great price. Could be manufacturing came in a little low today, or spending on manufacturing, so it's seeing a little bit of downside. I think there was a report this morning. Yeah, but it's always like, oh, this is crime and part of a massive conspiracy, not just some like the lazy fuck who's responsible for submitting FTD reports, you know, submitted the wrong Excel file. That could never be the cause. It has to be with malicious intent. Exactly, kind of huge. Can't get potash out of China? Don't we don't we make that here? I keep getting FINRA confused with the Evil Corp from FF7. You forget the cynicism required to get this far in the saga. Fair. Why are you supposed to trust them? You don't have anything to do with FINRA. This is another mistake that retail makes constantly. They think that these organizations like the DTC and the SEC and the NSCC and, you know, CME and CBOE, you know, all the 4 and 3-letter agencies are somehow here to protect the interests of retail investors. They're absolutely fucking not. They're here to protect the interests of institutions and big money, and to protect the integrity, however loosely that term may be applied, of our financial markets. Not one of those agencies has your interests at heart. Not even a little bit. They never have, and they never will. It's not their job. It's not their goal. CNS, CNS, CNS. Never attribute to malice that which you can explain by ignorance. I think this is true. Balancing this is the majority of mistakes. All go a certain direction. At what point does one call BS? When you can prove there's BS, Jedward. I mean, without evidence and conviction, there is no crime. People think that there is some sort of court of public appeal that determines the guilt of a party, and that is still not the case. We have not moved over to mob rule yet. Who protects the interests of retailers? No one. Stick your money in a 401k and let the big institutions do what they want with it. You're not guaranteed a right to participate in the market. That's not part of your... You need to go reread the Bill of Rights. If you think you have some sort of equitable right to participation, you don't. It's a capital fucking market. It's all the power and balance shifts to those with the most money. No, it has nothing to do with the market being a scam to take retail money. They don't want it. They don't want you there at all, frankly. Our participation in the market is undesirable for them. We create volatility and minor annoyances. It's like having gremlins in the system. Ironically, I'm more concerned about a concentrated effort by Superstock and Lauer to ban retail options trading in the name of protecting us from ourselves. Yeah. Well, because if they can take leverage away from retail, they can take all the power. They can strip all the power from retail, congregating into one investment. I mean, if our investments represent risk and their goal is to eliminate risk, their goal is to eliminate us. It's not really that complicated. Yeah, I agree. DRS gives them a accurate number to track of how many shares will not move, no matter what. Says and does are two different things. I've set a limit order for a few. 1240. It's a stretch. I mean, it could. There's some resistance here at 12. So, I mean, it's got to slip below this one, which is pretty strong at 1244, but maybe, or maybe like you'll get a little volatility on the downside and you'll get a fill. It's possible. It is reassuring to see them short super hard again. That's what we want to see. Compound the obligations. Transfer of money from nations to economy accelerated exponentially what you just described in the last 100 years. Nothing is more bearish on humans and rationality than capitalism. I don't disagree. It's not going to stop me from participating in it, but did you already voice your opinion on the best options contracts to capture May and June OPEX? It's relative. It will depend on where we end up. You know, are we going to drop to 87, 75? In which case, you know, fucking $80 options are great. If our floor is going to be at 100, you know, then, you know, 105, 110 are really good at the money options. Lorca, thank you so much. Did you get censored? Hold on, let me see. Nope. Oh, yeah, you did. Hey, I used to be called Ghost of Lorca, but now I'm just Lorca. Anyway, hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad for the update on the name change. I heard Finra called brokerages for April FTD data and they just swanged up on them. Yeah, I'm still pretty bullish on Cat Psyche. If it if it slips like pretty hard below 209, like I'm okay holding the risk here. But if I see it start to drop below kind of like right here at like 208.50, I'll buy some puts to hedge my long position. I don't have a obscene number of cat calls right now because, well, frankly, I haven't bought that many yet. I was waiting for a higher test to buy more, and we never saw that. So, I mean, I'll hold what I've got for now, and if I need to hedge the downside a little bit while I get out, I will. At their current levels, what's the next low support for GME and BBBY? Watching if they go lower. The next low support for BBBY is 1250. The next low support for GameStop is, well, 113 is the one that I marked out on Wyckoff, but below that is 107 is another key support. 110 is psychological, so there may be some there, but there's another resistance, or well, previous resistance, maybe support at 107. It's like 107 and change. I might have it on TradingView actually. Maybe I don't. Uh, Actually, a little bit higher than that. It looks like it's like 107.20. Yeah. But remember, like this 113 is a confirmed support in the past. So like 107 is a confirmed resistance that may act as support. What does it mean that the weekly DI plus has been an uptrend this entire time? Like the ADX or the hold on. This is a this is a negative trend and it's losing. Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. Purple is negative on here. So it's an uptrend, but it's losing steam, and that's just because on the weekly, if I move this down, this is tracking a much broader movement across this period of time, is where you're seeing that positive trend occur, which is the last several weeks. And we are up from the low over the last several weeks still with us trading right here. So we still have a positive price direction on this time scale, but the trend is falling off, which means it's heading towards a reversal. And that's just because of the time frame. If you look at the daily, which is a much better time frame to look at ADX on, you will see that we're without a doubt in a negative trend and it's picking up steam. I think trying to track price movement on with ADX on that long of a time frame is kind of pointless unless you smooth it out a lot. You need to change the smoothing values. So you'd probably want to change it to like 21 for the length, like 21 and was it 21 and 14, which would look like this. Let me see if I can hold on. Maybe show you guys. And then we draw to the weekly. See, and there you can see a better, a more accurate. It is a better smoothing for a long-term time frame like this. Yeah, you can smooth it with HK candles too. I'll probably be buying like August, Daniel. Where do you think the spring test might occur? I mean, it would have to occur at a higher level, so I would say, hmm, if I was looking for a spring to occur, I would expect it to occur around here, around 1325-ish. Or 102.50. Well, the 102.50 would be extremely drawn out unless we hit it in the next couple of days. Up to what level? I mean, it's there's a lot of leeway taken with this proposal, but if it were to spring there, it would probably bounce back up to like 180. Here's the problem though, you're taking something that averages time and volume and using it to average something that only analyzes price. I'll just go ahead and disagree with those numbers. I do too. I don't agree with Stefan's thesis. I think we're headed back to like fucking at least $93 at this point over the next few weeks, if not lower. I'd love to find some stability above there, but I don't know if we will. 93 would be sweet though, right? Yeah. You see a potential spike at some point this week, aka buyback now, or just let them die? Thursday a little bit, but maybe not. Nothing too crazy. Thursday, Friday. I mean, if you're up 90% by like Thursday, you may want to pull back a little. But I mean, depending on how far out of the money you are, I don't think you're in any danger. $120 is a bit risky. Sub 100 is my demand zone. Let's go. I missed 20x profits last time. Yeah. Why do people think the marketplace will launch on May 5th? I don't know. Fucking probably a tweet or something. That's where most of their predictions come from. May 5th is astronaut day. I mean, Cinco de Mayo is May 5th. Yeah, I feel like RC knows enough about the markets to know. Ah, oh my, it's just. There's a reference to it in the code for GameStop's NFT website or something like that. I could just feel like some developer just writing shit in the code for fun. The friendometer will be off that day. What does that mean? What happens when you turn it off? Does it just go full friend? Of course RC has a fucking financial advisor. I mean, I get it. You're taking like Wyckoff on the weekly, right? And you're assuming, you know, this is the spring and this is going to be our low support test. Well, down here. And then we move up. Let me tell you right now, Stefan, not with the fucking current options interest. What happened with indexes this morning? What do you mean? They tried to rally a little bit. Futures were up overnight. People were excited. Then some bulls got fucked. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is when we get that FTD overlap, we might see like 140, maybe 145, and then a lower low before we enter June. I see where you're coming from. It's just I just don't I I don't agree that the SMA 500 is a good measure of a Wyckoff spring test. Where can one find the delta gamma neutral for a given ticker? I mean, you can do the math. My daily DD for, well, two tickers. What's up, DV? I see you're still here. Well, thank you for reading my double D's, Legrand. Legunt? Legunt. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to see if I can find something to eat real quick. Anything interesting happening? You guys want to watch GameStop bounce a little? Or the SPY drop like a rock? Let me know. GameStop it is. You can't just type SPY, it's both. Alright, fine. I'll just put both up. That's the correct solution. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. Did anything happen? GameStop kind of dropped. Thank you. We mooned while you were gone. Happens. Are you excited about the crypto dip, or do you just see it as more of a portent of things to come? GameStop can't stop more drop. Does this feel like the last cycle to you? I mean, the downside's not as rapid, right? But yeah, a little bit. We'll see. If put OI is still increasing, it's a good signal they're building up obligations in the ETFs again. Give me a TLDR of BBBY. It's kind of a terribly run company saddled by debt, and we're about to enter a recession where that debt is likely to eat them alive. However, there are avenues for them to get out of that debt and realize a valuation more comparable to their assets and book price, which are significantly higher. There you go. Runs in the same cycles as GameStop due to ETF exposure. Man, Best Cams is really hanging out here a lot today. For sure, Twin Peaks. Let me know, man. You can DM me too if you want. Honestly, there isn't like a level above novice for selling covered calls. So don't, I mean, you get better at getting what you want out of them. But that's more interdisciplinary. For long calls, depending on the point of entry, you want to make sure that whatever call you have will survive the period of time you are targeting and still have value. So you don't want, like, for example, June OPEX starts on June 17th. And then T+3 is June 22nd. And a lot of people will target June 24s because they're the cheapest option that covers that period of time. But the problem is if you buy a June 24 now, by the time we hit June 17th, it'll be almost fucking worthless due to theta decay. And so you want to make sure that you buy something. If you're buying ahead of time, you want to make sure that you're buying a contract that will hold its value through the period of time where you expect price action to occur. Otherwise, you want to buy the contracts that cover the shortest period of time in the window in which they are going to expire. So, like, if you're interested in buying June 24s, the best week to buy those to capture profits is the week of OPEX, which could be too late. There is never a better deal, right? It's just there's always a trade-off. You went the wrong way though. You should have gone from RBBs to Wyckoff. The beauty and the beauty of Wyckoff is in its efficiency, and it's not clouded with a lot of bullshit. It's simple, clean. I remember even further back telling you, Stefan, don't muddy the waters. It's okay. Everyone who gets into trading does the same thing. You'll learn to back it off in time. I'm just trying to save you some time. I'm a covered call freak, as you know, and the spike in people wanting to sell CCs with minimal knowledge of managing a CC position. Oof, I hope they know to only blame themselves. Well, there'll be no one else for them to blame if they fuck it up. So eventually it's their problem, right? That's generally pretty accurate, Bean. I can sit here and just love the shit out of GME 120s, right? I can buy them high, I can buy them low. I can just build an entire position of GME 120Cs. I can hedge them. I don't care, right? I can just plow money into that strike. I can talk about it all day. But just because this is the right call for me and the right risk level for me, And this is an example. It's not. I don't currently have any long calls on GameStop. Doesn't mean it is for you. I'm not your financial advisor. I don't know your risk tolerance. I don't know your ability to trade, hedge, or manage a position. So when you ask me a question like, what strike is good? Should I get these? You're always going to get the same answer. And all I can tell you is how it looks. But it doesn't tell you anything about how you should manage that position. I can't help you because I don't know. A and B, I mean, I'm not your financial advisor. Thanks, Trash. I don't know. What do you got, Phil the Shell? You got something for me? I'm starting to think is not our financial advisor. Yeah, that's accurate. I'm not. I'm not still in Veru. This is the other thing that happens when you guys try to mirror my plays. Is I've been out of Veru since it hit 15. I haven't gotten back in. I'm not really watching it. I think it has some potential in a couple weeks, but nothing up front. And there's people bag holding it now because they want to try to mirror my trades, but they don't know when the exits occur. When should we get out of spirit? Honorable Lordship, Reverend Hot Body Trash Dan. Some people never did. AMD still throws me for a loop because I never even said I was like, oh, this is gonna, go back up right now. It was just like, this is a cheap price on AMD. Look where it's trading. And now everyone's got like May 20th AMD calls. It's just you still have to, even if there's something that interests you, take the time to do your own research on it, plan your position. Patience is more valuable than quick tendies. These BBIG bags are heavy. I lost 20K on IRNT calls because one time on stream, Girk had an IRNT call. Oh boy. I hope that's not a true story. I made money on SST, then lost half of it just like you. I think everyone had a similar experience with that play. Except that one guy who bought like 80 grand worth of SST. The main problem my part right now is I'm getting pretty okay at seeing longer term plays, and I don't have the capital to buy the theta I need. So you need to break those down and find shorter term plays that you can afford. It's good that you can recognize the long term trend. It's harder to recognize the smaller movements leading up to that, but valuable if you can. Did you say warrants got sold? Did you sell your warrants? Hmm. I mean, short term, it's obviously bearish. Wrestle my jimmies. Long term, bullish. It's good to feel cared about, right? I'd feel weird if they weren't shorting my GameStop. I don't know if you're looking at my account, but I'm not playing options. I'm just losing money. Is buying into a red box squeeze the same as going full port on Blockbuster? I was having a rough go. We see 350 on the SPY again. I mean, I hope not. Market crashes aren't good for anybody, right? Buy 300 shares of BBY at $13, immediately sell a CC, and one CSP at 13 to collect premium. Is this a hack to reduce cost basis? You know you don't need shares to sell a CSP, right? You just need cash. You're like, so you're talking about like strangling your purchase? I mean, sure. Yeah, 350 would be a big deal. Yeah, I mean, all the trading and capital building you do is just waiting for a market crash, right? Waiting for that opportune moment to capitalize on actual investments. Hey, look at that. I'm still really sad I'm never going to get assigned on my $30 CSPs. Hold on. I need to take a drink out of this stupid jar. I need to get rid of this thing. It's absurd. Taking sips from a scuba tank. Just popping in to remind everybody the price is fake and doesn't matter. The only price that matters is the price you're willing to sell your shares for. Hedgies are still fuck. Thank you so much, Alexi. My girlfriend decided to stay home from work today and hang out with her boyfriend. Man, I really hope she comes to hang out with me too at some point. Good to know, Dork. If I don't use if I don't use two hands on it, it will actually knock my front teeth out. Oh, it's full. How much can I tip this without spilling it over? Can you see inside there? No? This way? See? It's full of water. I bought it. I love the thing that we're bullish on most today is my water bottle. Got an affiliate link? I have no idea who makes this piece of shit. I'm currently designing something for Caterpillar. I'd buy puts if I were you. Guys, this stream brought to you by Caterpillar. Um, for all of your yellow machine needs. There we go. I did it. DeWalt can go fuck itself. That's straight from the top. The water bottle or the shirt? We pulled together 200K and now all own a house on Long Island. I don't think I want to crowdfund his degeneracy. Recession's bad for everybody. Smooth. It's obviously not bad for people net short the market. It's not buying a house on Long Island. It's taking out a lien on a house on Long Island for a small loan of $200,000. Imagine you're moving your pizza oven to your new Long Island house. You're wearing the cat shirt, and some guy's like, "Oh, do you work for them?" And you're just like, "Nah, I just trade options on their stock." So I can drink hot sun water, Stefan? You're the guy I told my girlfriend not to worry about. Baba gonna break 100? Oh, it wants to. Baba. Yeah. Munger buying back in. I mean, he only sold half his position, right? I mean, we didn't crash today, so that's a win, right? Buffett's Baba bets bullish breakout. That's not even a tongue twister. We've already determined that we're going to call GME and BBBY Jim and Bob. Jimmy and Bobby. Or Jim Bob. It's the Jim Bob portfolio. Should make an ETF. I'll tell you what. You know, the only person named Jimbo I've ever met was from Brooklyn. He was a drug dealer. Nice guy. I mean, they might have to switch back to QE because of China anyway. Because they thought they could stop and they were wrong. They should have kept quantitative easing us. You know, everyone wants quantitative easing, but what about qualitative easing? You know? I wasn't buying any drugs from him. He was just my buddy. Boo. It's got a few layers. Your position in steel is in 1-gallon bottles. Oh man. I wish more people liked stocks. The entertainment quality in here some days is phenomenal. I give Stefan a lot of shit because I see that he does a lot of, he falls for a lot of the same traps I fell for when I first started trading. And I could see him saving himself some time. I understand the desire to know absolutely everything about any one thing, but um sometimes it's just a big fucking waste of time. Like knowing every possible setup for, you know, a bull flag and how it's going to break out. I don't know if that really did anything for me in the long term. And I think when you get down to it, trading's pretty basic, right? I mean, think of it as, you know, you're an onion buyer. Like you kind of need something to look over a large number of onions at once and decide which basket looks the best. And then maybe you want to look under the surface of that and make sure the ones on the bottom are good too. And then maybe you take one and peel it open and check the inside. And that's about as much looking as you need to do. You can't be telling people this. Trading is for pros only. What kind of financial advisor are you? Shit. Sorry, I forgot. He said time instead of theta. Not once, but twice. No, not onion futures. Jesus Christ. That's probably for the best critical hits. All right, now that everyone's fully invested in onion futures, what about cakes? Hmm. I mean, sure. It really didn't have anything to do with the layers. I could have chosen anything: apples, onions, bananas. Probability BBBY doesn't get eaten alive by their debt moving forward into this bear market. We don't know. That's why it's called speculation. We're speculating that it won't. You just convinced 1,000 people to invest in a middle agricultural future. People need onions, Gaff. I'm about to go public with my dog tea company. Can I write you down for 1,000 shares? If is this the hot dog tea? Or are you just making tea with actual dogs? Oh, it's T for dogs. Yeah, BBBY executives have kind of already showed that they're interested in inflating the stock price on BBBY, but they don't want to do it the right way is the problem. And you do it the wrong way enough times, and then you become incapable of inflating it ever again. So many strikes and you're out and all that. Imagine dropping 20% in a month as a precious metal. Silver is so manipulated. So, I mean, all precious metals are manipulated. COMEX is corrupt as fuck. Um, Booted up my proxy vote paper for GME today. We still bullish on RC for director position, or are we flagging against at this point due to lack of guidance? You know, the only thing I really had a problem voting for, Gaff, was additional compensation for the board because I'm not sure what they've done to be paid in the first place. I still voted yes, but unwillingly. Well, no, I was pretty willing. I just didn't care enough to think about it for a long period of time. Of course not. Why would I want to read that? Made $12 on a $14 weekly. I think I'm done for the week. Thanks for all the help. I can now buy lunch. Congratulations, Petzel. I mean, that's a successful trader. He's met his goals, right? Selling all of my physical silver off to a prepper. Oh man. Those post-pandemic bags of or post-apocalyptic bags of precious metals are by far going to be the heaviest bags in human history because you physically have to carry them. Next support was it 213 something? You say that, but we're surrounded by people sitting on 420 GME DCAs. Nobody in here has a $420 cost basis. No, I refuse to believe it. 350 maybe. 400? No. Right, guys? Not 400. Well, first they have to announce the stock split, Ilan, and then you'll know the last day to be eligible for it. I mean, I wouldn't tell people what I bought in at if I bought in at 400. I would just be like, I hit the peak and not really say anything beyond that. Just say you hit the peak in January and don't weigh any don't say any more, right? Like don't say if you're long or short or how much money you made. What if our cart basis is artificially inflated by losing money on calls? You can count that or don't count it. That's up to you. Vanguard sent you a note about saying trading 0 DTE SPY options. What the fuck? They won't be worth as much post split, but you'll be able to sell more of them. It's a split is an equivalency. It doesn't make the calls cheaper. It makes the calls relative to the price of the underlying the same. For 1224, I hit my peak in January. I'm sorry to hear that, bipolar bear. Stop telling people they'll need the same amount of money for the same amount of leverage. You'll hurt their brains. No, I won't. They understand how it works. You say that, but people ask the question often. Do they? Do they know how it works? Uh, I mean, eventually. You check Pickle Financial. Well, nothing is really happening. I'm confused and think this Wall Street Bets thing is bullshit, but I want to know what it is. No, I don't care about it. The millions of 80 and 85 puts bought on AMD over the last 5 days are getting blown up. Alternative theory, they've just been sold. Okay, guys, if right now you have 100 shares and you can sell one call at, say, like 120. Let's just keep using 120 for every example. All right, and post split, you have 300 shares. You can then sell 3 calls at 40. You see how that works? One more time. If you have 100 shares now and can sell 1 call, if we split 3 to 1, you will then have 300 shares and will be able to sell 3 calls at 1/3 the strike. No, you won't have more shares than me post split. I'll still have the same number of shares more than you. No. Oh, Jesus Christ. Not 3 times the money. Can you explain how a banana split works? I think you just slap some banana and chocolate on ice cream. Just slap your banana on someone's ice cream, Bob. Let me know how it goes. If it splits 4 to 1, then I will have more than you. Gaff, you only have 5 shares. 3 times the NFT dividend. You, you shouldn't need to trust me to be able to do division. I wouldn't call the market up, but climbing. Okay, can someone please help me? I think I understand how a split works, but I don't know what this 3 is. Oh man. I don't know why I bother to explain this shit. I'm just catering to the lowest common denominator. I shouldn't have used the word no, not dominator. Cenas must have closed early today. No, it's like right on time, isn't it? 3:10. There's the 3:10 candle on GameStop. No, this isn't MOASS. Okay. Let me try to explain this in simple terms. If this is our previous high, okay? This is our current price, and we move up to here. This is not MOASS. I know, hold on. Take a second to absorb that. I mean, it could be. Sure. No wonder SS banned you. Alright, never mind. Clearly MOASS. Now I know why Matt Kors has more subscribers than me. Because he's probably on his stream right now, like, guys, look at this. Holy shit. Oh, I'm sorry, it doesn't curse, right? Gadzooks, look at it go. It's even better if you can keep the red candles off the screen. And you don't have so many support and resistance lines. Hold on. We're going to nail this. Boom. We did it. How many ducks can you fit in your water bottle? You know, honestly, like at least two. Now just invert your screen when we see downs, and you're a real YouTube TA guy. Is this the plunge protection team? If you want it to be. If you believe hard enough. No, we zoom out more. We look at the entire day. probably puts getting sold off. Jettle. I don't want to fuck with all the settings. I could though. Oh no, you can only have yellow. You can't have all green. It's not even an option. Same but different. Yeah. Sorry, we slept in today. All good, plunge protection team. Thanks for coming back to the rescue. Ryan Cohen saved me from a well. He used a giant water bottle to fill it up and get me out. Dude, just one more reason to go all in on massive steel water bottles. Fresh. I will say it keeps the water cold quite a long time. I did not think it would be this good at doing its job. Like I have a Yeti, and I think this might be doing better. Oh my god, you can fit a small child in that thing. Why? I mean, Girk is shilling a steel water bottle so you can front run us on X. I mean, I'm just showing you what all the coolest millionaires in New York City are buying nowadays. Kava? No, I'm not. But I know what's going on. When you bought the water bottle, did you think to yourself, I bet everyone on the stream will love the size of this? No, when I bought it, I thought I'll never have to fill this up again. It actually wasn't until I first drank out of it today that I realized how ridiculously large it is. I've already been shopping on Amazon for the longest possible straw. Really, I'm kind of just on aquarium tubing right now. That seems to be the best option. How long to fill it? 10 minutes? You know the best feeling in the world? When you're on the brink of economic disaster and your calls print. Thanks for coming back to life, Caterpillar. Copper tubing or PVC? Interesting. I was just gonna get like a silicone, a 3.5 foot silicone straw, and I can just put it on my desk. Maybe get some sort of like a choker, and then just thread the straw through it, and I could just lean over and drink. Just get like a ball gag, drill a hole through the middle, and then just put the straw in the hole. Save it for the OnlyFans. You're probably right, Gaff. I don't want to give anything away for free. If the SPY cube's oscillating due to the Fed trying for a soft landing, would it increase VIX and thereby create a squeeze? Yeah, there could be feedback loops and volatility as they try to set the market down gently. If the VIX stays elevated, it's not possible, right? Because the VIX will just keep going up, 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 up. And the VIX is still over short, although I do think a lot of short positions got out on the last big spike. Get a silver straw for the squeeze? Oh, for the antimicrobial and pizzazz properties. Why not a platinum straw? Quick update. FTD report still not updated. I guess we're not getting any FTDs this month, Gaff. It's their playground and they took away the swing. Give me 1 sec. They didn't even take it away. They're like those bullies that would whip it as hard as possible to wrap it around the top bar a dozen times. We can still see the swing, but we can't reach it. I think they're trying to flush us out for what? It's not a free house. Still waiting for my cat calls to print. Bought the same 1250s today as you at a lower price point. I just trust you too much. Wait, if you bought the same ones at a lower price point, how are you not up? Sorry, I missed the. I've listened to many streamers, pundits on the stock market over the last year and a half. I've been on Jimmy since November 20th. I made a killing off the sneeze, and now I know how to make double what I was making as a career firefighter. You're truly the real deal, Girk. Thank you so much. Dude, walking that, congratulations, man. And thank you so much. I appreciate that, dude. Really, I do. Thank you. And good job. I try. Does YouTube auto mod not like the word ball gag? Probably not. Okay, so I've made another mistake. I've bought Laffy Taffy banana flavored vape juice. This can't be a good thing. I mean, the market can't exist unless we're in it. They just don't want us this in it, you know? Like less in it. Pretty sure Girk is a good person in real life. What have I been a bad person on here? Oh. Oh. Okay. RC wouldn't lie to me. I mean, I love that. I love it when people are like, RC wouldn't lie to us. But he also hasn't told you anything. It really does taste like banana Laffy Taffy. It's kind of phenomenal. Look at the fish all sort of messed up if you toss it in the Hudson. MG42. Is that the Nazi machine gun? Yeah, just the money, not us. We present risk. It's a problem. Unpredictable risk. Girk is a jerk didn't trend on Twitter out of nowhere. I'm not anti-MOASS, Ken Dingle. People just say shit. They just say whatever they want. Timestamp for clipping. I don't think there's a bot for that. Trash. My ultimate dream is everybody makes a ton of money on GameStop. And then Ryan Cohen just sells and doesn't move forward with the company at all. Oh, interesting. I should probably set up like Nightbot or something for the YouTube chat. Although I feel like it might get abused. This is fucking delicious. I've been shadow banned all day. I'm sorry, Gibbles Bits. I see you now. Yeah, maybe we'll try to do that this weekend or something. Is everything coming back down now? People still don't want to hold shit overnight. Are we at 1,000 likes? What? God, it's like when your kid tells you he's not going to college. Wait, I thought all your trading was paper. MTB dork. Gaff, you just like the stream every day. At least your vote's consistent and appreciated. I like it when you agree to stream rig earnings. When are they? Tonight? I mean, I already bought calls. What else do you want from me? Does TA work better on log charts? Usually. If the price of the underlying is fairly static, then it doesn't matter. But nowadays, nothing is. Tell your shill fans not to tell me what to do. Yay, we did it. This is cool. What's a subathon? I don't even know what that means. The economy is saved? No. No, it's not. Can you show the water bottle? I think I'm actually ready for a drink. I've never felt so hydrated. It's ridiculous. Like, I can't even fit it in the fucking frame. Hold on. Sort of. Ow! Ugh. Fucking bitch! What's that? No, it was my toe. Yep. Dropped the bottle on my toe. Of course I'm not wearing shoes. Why would I be wearing shoes? I'm not going anywhere. I did the for scale thing earlier. This is a 32-ounce water bottle, right? And this is this fucking thing. See, 32-ounce water bottle, quite small. I have them both full of water. I know, look at AMD doing all the things you've always wanted it to do. Look at it go, guys. You keep it that case you have to shower afterwards. It can get messy trading secure, so sometimes you get real dirty. Do you wear socks? Some days. Is this because of DRS? I mean, there's no other logical explanation. You have hammer toe? Can you see what we clip? No reason. No, actually, I can't. Go nuts. How do I un-DRS my shares? Transfer them back to a brokerage? So GME at 120, same like example from earlier? Sure. I never brought the water bottle in my elevator. What? No, I don't think it's moving into a spring test. I think it hit resistance, the market turned around, and it has FTDs. When it's empty, it only weighs like 25 pounds. Put that bottle on our absolute units. I'm not interested in my neighbor. There's an elevator in your mom's basement. That's the fastest way out. I already have a Costco membership. I don't need to whore myself out for another one. Buy your neighbor some Spanx shapewear yoga pants. Is that like negging, but with a gift? I don't know. I wasn't home all weekend. Well, for the most part. Have you ever made a dill donut? No. There's a joke here. I'll let it go. What's negging? It's the act of insulting a girl to establish. I don't know. Look it up. It's like cringy incel shit. Is it like you using GHB? No. It's like negging is like pulling a girl's hair and telling her she's ugly because you like her. What's the difference between ragging on your bros and negging? Just how hot your friends are, basically. Apparently, if you take the perfect dosage of GHB, you just feel super drunk with no hangover. Or you die. You fuck it up. Clarification, I meant November 2020, bought back at the bottom, so I'm ready to make my own MOASS with options. I no longer have to watch my shares collect dust. Stay real, Girk. Thank you so much, Walken. I appreciate it, man. Negative bias teas. It's in good fun. It figures fucking Stefan would know the exact social situation. Ugh. Stefan studying dating TA now. What's that book? That's what was that book that fucking everyone had? The Game or some bullshit like that. When people were trying to be like pickup artists. Dating simulator. I kind of want to sell my Home Depot calls. Fuck it. Wait, are these weeklies? Oh shit. Hold on. No! You fucking bitch. Oh well. Ding ding. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today. I appreciate it. Anything to go over? I mean, we saw a breakdown of, that resistance at 126 on Friday, and we continued to slide down into this like 113 range, hitting a low of 112.70. Bounce back with the market. I think FTDs will be picking up through the end of this week, so watch your covered calls moving into Thursday and Friday because we could have some upside. But if the market turns around, that'll be good with heavier FTDs do. As active funds put some pressure on CNS into the end of the week. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. 9-ish. Yeah. Have a good one, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate! Hydrate! Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.